Okay, so it's, I guess, like boxing night, and let me just, I think I want that way. Yeah. Okay. There's Sylvia. There's Sylvia, the Jungle Cruise kitty. Arrgh. Okay, so me and Sylvia are going to work on my coach here. Today is, so it's Boxing Night, I guess. Christmas yesterday, Christmas Day, whatever. I decided to do a new little project. Actually, I'll sort of explain it. So I went down, so I bought some spark plugs, and I went down to some of the shops, and I said, hey, how much to change my spark plugs in my Eclipse? And, you know, it's at 102,000 miles. And I got a quote for $350, and then the next one down the street, $450. And I'm thinking, gosh, you know, for spark plugs, all you do is put a socket in 8 holes, and you pull it out, and you put the new ones in, and you pop the little thingy on top, and the little cable thingy, and that's it. But then he said, well, yeah, but you got to take off the intake manifold, or at least the top plenum half. I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's right, because the Eclipse here is a side-mounted front-wheel drive. Unless you have the older all-wheel drives, it's still the same, but you have a drive shaft going back and on a what do you call it, like a transaxle thingy-majiggy. I can't remember. My brain's kind of, you know, been through a lot of worldwide murder operations here since 5 years old, especially after 29, finding out that I've been targeted to be eradicated and locked away and forced into mental institutions for being extremely healthy and friendly and all that, and productive and capitalistic and a really good person. Okay, so things that don't make sense other than I hate you and I'm going to kill you or exterminate you or eradicate you. Okay, starting at 5 years old. Okay, so I decided, so here's our plenum here. Oh, I gotta go get my gasket. I forgot my gasket upstairs. Okay, so here's our plenum. And so you have to take this off to get to those 3 spark plug holes. So that's a little annoying. So yeah, it is a little more complex than just pulling normal V8 plugs or whatever. You got to pull off the manifold. Now, if you do the math, $350, $60 an hour. So how long does it take to normally change spark plugs? 30 minutes? Unless they're really, you know, in weird angles. So let's say 30 minutes to an hour, that's $60. Some high-end, blah, 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 maybe 90, but really 60. Let's be realistic here, right? So $60. Now, Kevin, you're being cheap. Well, yeah, you know what? I don't make shit for fucking money. They stopped me from making any money. They destroyed all my business ideas, my companies I started, everything, right? They were working on me right out of college. We're going to rid you of the world. Okay, so you know what? I am going to be a cheap ass because I don't have any money to not be a cheap ass. Okay, but if someone wants to give me like the fucking 500 billion or 500 million to fucking billion they owe me at this point for destroying everything I've tried to do, and I have a worldwide minute-by-minute murder operation, you know, then I probably wouldn't care, okay? Or I still might, because I believe that work ethic is work ethic, and if you discriminate, example, that guy comes to you with an Eclipse and you say, I'll do it for 150, and Kevin comes to you and you say, I'll do it for 350, well, that's discrimination. He's not basing his pricing based on his pricing. He's basing it on I hate you. Okay, so just like, you know, Starbucks and Coffee Bean and Pete's and all the other coffee shops and all the pool halls and all the colleges and everyone in the automotive industry, Kevin needs to die since 16 with Pineapple Joe and my father and Brian Weaver for getting into cars. Okay, so the point I'm making here is $350 still sounds cheap. Now, one of the dudes actually went down to $280, which was a little closer to fair. So I'm gonna do a little experiment here. I'm gonna do it myself. And all we really have to do, there's 7 bolts here. Okay. There's this little connector here, maybe some connector mounts. There's an EGR valve back here. You're not gonna be able to see it. There's an EGR valve back here. There's 4 bolts. And then there's the throttle body, and I think like connector on throttle body. Okay, so now you're gonna say, oh, and then pull out the coils and then the spark plugs. Okay, so you're gonna say, well, how long does that take? Well, yeah, that's obviously a lot more complicated than 6 coils and spark plugs. And okay, but if we do the math, here on $350, let's see, 2 hours, 120. 240 is 4 hours. 280 is 5 hours. And the other guy was 450, so that's 6.5 hours. Okay, now, does this look like a 6.5 or 5 hour job? Right, based on pretty much normal rates of $60 an hour. And why is my exposure so dark? Okay, so just remember that I haven't really messed with cars in 30 years. I don't do it professionally. So it's gonna take me double the time that someone that does this for a living every day. So I want you to remember that. So the test here is to see how accurate the guys at the shop saying, hey, this is gonna be like $500 to change your spark plugs or whatever, or $350 or whatever. The test is gonna be sort of based on realistic middle class living. Does that make sense? Especially with coronavirus. But middle class living, someone that doesn't make shitloads, he's struggling to get the food on the table, but he wants sort of a hobby, and he wants to take his car to a mechanic, to do some stupid things. And the mechanic's like, oh, hey, I'll charge you $1,000 to kiss the side of your car and maybe rub it with a rubbing cloth. Okay, so you get the idea. So I'm sort of looking for that balance of realistic versus I'm going to profile you and try to size you up and take you for what you got. Because I believe in capitalism should be fair and honest pricing, and that meaning that, hey, if you set your price and you pad it a little with your markup, that's for everyone. It's not for Kevin Perlin comes walking in the door and I want $1,000, but that guy will do it for $100, right? Okay, now that's the things I've been met with my entire life, especially after 29, and especially the last year and a half getting back into cars and buying my Corvette, and John Elway told to destroy the Corvette engine and all these things that's being rebuilt and all these things that are linked, and then this car with JoJo's and what JoJo's is doing and trying to cover up and say I'm impossible and this and that, because people don't like to be fucked with and shit on, and people try to steal all their money and then kill them when they start asking questions with other. Okay, so on that note, remember I am a worldwide government gang stalking target, which means that as I work on the car, people are going to start honking their horns twice from the Warner Center Met over here. And most likely people are going to see me work on my car and they're going to start parking these cars backwards. In these systematic terror tactics that have been going on, changing and escalating since 5 years old, and now they're in the thousands and thousands worldwide. If you see Kevin, everyone worldwide whistle, that type of thing, which is, I noticed 21 years ago. Okay, so, but to keep it to the point, without me recording the whole thing, I'm just gonna remember when I keep track of the hours, I'm only keeping track of the working hours, right? Not going inside for a phone call or hanging out with my friends or whatever, right? So it's just the actual hours it takes to unbolt the plenum, pull out the coils and spark plugs, put in new spark plugs, bolt it back together. I'm gonna just not be for my own edification, but also I got a lot of time on my hands because you're not allowed to interact with people, you're not allowed to have friends, you're not allowed to go do things. Those are all crimes because we put you on a hate/mental illness list to the world, right? A what? A mental illness list where you can say everyone hunt him and kill this guy and torture him and kill him and eradicate him because you put me on some little list, your little hate list called a mental illness list, backed by the criminals in the psychology community and all my family's secondary psychology degrees, right? Well, it's a hate list. It's like a blacklist, right? It has nothing to do with mental illness, and even if it was mental illness, why would it be such a big deal? Right? Now remember, we have the Constitution of the United States. It's supposed to protect you from all those things. So that's really the big gap here, that there's a plan of people trying to execute me minute by minute since 5 years old, and really bad now as I'm turning 50. and it's just gonna get worse. And so keep that in perspective that as I work on my car, they're gonna get angry here. They're gonna start honking their horns, beep, beep, honk, 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 2s and 3 patterns. Now that started maybe 6 years ago. And I'll get thousands of those per day, especially in big, large parking lots. Okay, so random saying, it won't even matter what parking lot in the world I'm in. There's Kevin Perlman, go ballistic. Now remember that without getting too sidetracked, there's thousands and thousands of different, from horn honkings to taking walks and random stranger after random stranger going, how you doing? Or how's it going, over and over in repetition. So example, 15 years ago, I walk into a coffee bean, I'm trying to be friendly and nice, I say, how's it going? Oh, he threatened my life, everyone mimic, how's it going? Or something weird like that doesn't make any sense, right? Well, I'm trying to be nice to you, but why is there a worldwide campaign hunting me to kill me? Well, these things don't make sense because there's big blanks of you know what you did, but I refuse to tell you from a random stranger or my family. And then knowing that they're liars, right? And then you're not allowed to know. You're not allowed to have a counter argument or discussion, or you're just a bad guy, so you need to die. Starting 5. Okay, so, and that's when my father took me to see the movie Wizards, 1977, trying to make it look like I conformed to media, which I picked up on maybe 35 or something, started to figure out all this weird media shit they're doing. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. That's our little experiment. I'm gonna sort of time things to see someone like me that doesn't do this for a living. It's just a hobby. And I haven't done it in 30 years, minus some minor things like put on the can air cleaner. And I just recently bought a jack, and I'm gonna probably do some small things like I'm gonna put in some reinforcement rods here. To the frame, and some back here because they did a really shitty job. So JoJo's, this is sort of off topic, but this is interesting because when I bonked, I came off a curb at an angle trying not to scrape the front end, and I hit these little rakes, body rakes they did that they refuse to acknowledge, even telling them before. Right when they did it, before I even painted, they refused, they wanted these hooks. Okay, so that bonked a little, and then this popped right off. And so I looked at the bracketry, and I found this interesting. Now that was interesting because as the white soul parked there, kind of sounded like she tried to hit the alarm horn twice, beep, beep, right? Okay, so like I told you, now I'm not 100% sure on that one because they were so close together, but like I told you, the anger. So let's get sidetracked here. What did I just do to that girl? I don't even know who she is. Okay, this will happen with every person on the planet since 5 years old. Okay, just remember that. So what did I do to, right? So her argument with the world in this soul here is gonna be that I'm a troll that provoked her and this and that, just like Aubrey Fisher, right? Yet here I am talking into a camera and she sees me, and then, so now that's our first kind of, I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I'm pretty sure, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna hear it over here. Of course, I'm not gonna be recording the whole time. I'm just gonna record a few little things, but it'll still get audio recorded and recorded on my other cameras and my security cameras and all that. But the point I'm making here is that her argument right there is gonna say that I'm provoking her by being in my garage, or then they might jump to weird things like, well, there's rules. Huh? What? Kind of like when Greg Koenig was trying to destroy my cars, saying read the, what do you call it, the HOA, whatever, is like, I'm not gonna go through and read the small print on the fucking HOA things so that you try to intimidate me from walking out of my house. Right, okay, same type of thing, but why is it happening? Well, Kevin, you're not allowed to know, you're just a bad person. We have a worldwide campaign to kill you with billions and billions of government dollars. And now I'm ruining their cover-up as I'm reckless and out of control and ruining their life, and then Obviously, then we'll switch to black people. Kevin's a white supremacist. So you're reckless and out of control, but then you're a white supremacist. Okay, so back to okay. So I bonked. Now this is interesting. So I bonked this, right? I hit it, boom, and this entire piece flew off. Okay, now this is interesting. So I started pulling this off, and it cracked here, and it broke. It's hard to see, but it broke the light. And I was trying to think off, like, why did this pop off so easy, right? And I'm looking at the mounting bolt things here, going, okay, so there's two. Oh, okay, so here we heard our first one over there. Okay, so you see the timing? They come in here. Okay, it's gonna increase. Okay, it's gonna get worse and worse, and it's gonna go to every couple minutes, and then it'll exponentially grow, just like my life since 5 years old, of random strangers hunting me to try to provoke me to death and kill me, saying that you're too sensitive. Okay, gang stalking, community harassment groups, Adolf Hitler's agenda to kill Jews, and it's actually happening with the U.S. government directed at me. Okay, so with worldwide support, it's rare that I've met one person that wasn't involved. Okay, so these mounting bolts, okay, they didn't drill holes in this fiberglass, and so when I pulled this off, there's nothing here. There's no mounting bracket. Now this is interesting because I ordered the factory part. It bolts to the frame, goes right around here and tucks back there. And at first you're thinking, well, they pulled the things off because this is an aftermarket body kit panel. So it might not fit, right? I mean, when you're going aftermarket, you don't know, you're mixing and matching. Okay, if this, there's two scenarios here. If this wasn't meant to fit on the factory mounts, then why are there two holes there? Question one. Second, let's say you have the factory mount here that has like bolt here, bolt here, bolt here for this piece, things like that. If, let's say, this piece wasn't the right length, like it was too long, you just take a little sander and you go, and then it's done deal, right? Okay, so how hard is that? Okay, so we take the piece off. So I actually ordered the new ones from the factory. They're like 10 bucks a piece, and a little piece of sheet metal thing. And this would be secured. And so the only thing, this back piece, they did good. Like there's two bolts down there, and it's on solid there. But there's one little teeny thing here, and that's it. Okay, so this is flimsy. So the slightest fart, boom, boom, that flies off. But then that keeps it on, but it hangs out. Okay, but the question you're asking is, while we're just trying to steal all Kevin's money, have people threaten his life and follow him to car meets and things like that and provoke him endlessly, and we don't want you here or anywhere else because you have too much information about Pineapple Joe at Hawaii Racing when you were 16, 30 years ago. Really about something much bigger to execute someone since 5 years old, but with worldwide support, why not just keep the standard bracket on, drill two holes, boom, you have a support here, so this ain't flying up. You have this support. You have support all around here. Sounds pretty simple to me, right? Anyways, while I am nitpicking, I'm nitpicking because they're complete assholes that saw me walk in the door and behaved like this girl. Okay, so when I'm talking about like Joseph and Menard at JoJo's, I know them like I know this girl and this white soul. And probably what's going to happen is maybe they'll get even angrier the longer I'm out here, not talking to him, not doing anything. And then maybe she'll pull out, take this and pull apart the car backwards. And then he's not here right now. There's like a white BMW and white VW. When I come in the garage, they turn it backwards. And then this Brazers guy, okay, so he has a Brazers license plate frame. I don't know if he's really from Brazers. It's a black souped up Camaro. Well, Kevin's crazy. He thinks he's Damon Riggins and he has a lot of anger, so he's ruining his life because Kevin has an Eclipse, even before modified. Okay, so he has the AMG Mercedes, and what he does is he parks this car backwards at the same time that maybe this white and black car will park backwards, and then the white VW will park backwards there, and then there's a girl there with a white, what was it, it was an Audi SUV with a black grille, just like this AMG Mercedes, and she'll park backwards, okay? And they'll do it all at the same time because, Kevin, you went into your garage. I'm just trying to see if my focus is working here. Because, Kevin, you went into your garage and you sort of went out and did something with your life. Well, Kevin, there's rules. Okay, well, then maybe I'll go to pool, I'll play some pool. Well, Kevin, you yawned in the pool hall, there's rules, so there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. Now maybe I'll chill out at a coffee shop. Well, Kevin, there's rules. You're not allowed to say the word chill. Okay. Well, hey, Kevin, you want to go to a strip club? Sure. Well, there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. Because there's rules. Because you talk to a stripper. What rules? Some psychopaths rules that they're just making up as they go, right? Okay. So, yeah, I know I'm a little sidetracked here. And there's a very good reason for it. Okay. So, back on topic. So it's about 6:30 p.m. I believe on Boxing Night. We're gonna see how long it takes me, and remember, I'm only gonna calculate the actual hours, the work hours, not the I'm gonna go find a girl there and have sex with her or whatever hour, right? Okay, so we're gonna be realistic. If I'm on the job, I can only charge, the hours have to apply to me holding a wrench and turning it, not I'm talking to my buddies over there. Okay, so that's it. Now we have our tools, and it's a royal fucking pain in the ass to go up and down, and that in itself at my fucking old age, and trying to deal with all that, and not having a fucking garage and a lift. So that's a whole nother factor that I'm not really set up here to work on cars, and I'm doing stupid little shit. But it really does make it easier when you have like a work chest right there, and you don't have to run. So, as example, I might go, shit, I need that tool, and I have to fucking run up and back in and come down and go, oh, I need that, and I gotta run up and come down, and okay, it's a fucking nightmare. Okay, so, and of course we got the alcohol, and I got 2, and they're Coronas. So, are we focusing? Okay, I'm not sure if the I think the autofocus turned off. I think I might have hit the manual focus button while I was flipping the camera around in my hand. Okay, so where was I? So we got some Coronas here. And we'll do a little festive consumption, alcohol consumption. Not water consumption, alcohol consumption. And that's an inside joke there. Amongst the cheese ballness around my life. Okay, and I'm gonna drink on the job, dude. I'm a crazy man. I'm out of, because now I'm breaking the drinking rule in the garage. And hey, you know what? I'm also, by the way, I'm also exceeding the more than one rule. You're not allowed to have more than one beer. You're not allowed to have more than one car. You're not allowed to date more than one girl every 10 years. You're not allowed to have more than one cat, because these are these imaginary rules, right? Yet everyone else, like when I go to the car meets, like some of these dudes have like 6 1960 AC Cobras, and some of them are like, one I know for a fact is an original. It's worth its priceless, right? And he drives it in. Other guys have like Corvettes and Impalas and 57 Chevy. They'll have like, 3 or 4 of these $100,000 classics or whatever, and then they'll probably have a few other things too, right? And nobody's judging them going, we're throwing mental rocks at your skull every minute, or horn honking everywhere, or hey Kevin, you pulled out your Sony A7S and took a walk and took a picture of some trees or something. Oh, you think you're a professional photographer? You're a fake and fraud. We have worldwide campaign. None of this is happening to anyone with Aubrey Fishers paid off to have them killed and things like that. Okay, so Mike Huntley's, Paul Humphreys, Aubrey Fishers. There's so many. Eric Christensen, Sherry Christensen, the 30 porn stars following me from coffee shop to coffee shop, Kevin stalking me that I didn't say one word to, or maybe like hi or something. Okay, right. The IRC internet related chat people, Lynn Junkin, God, what were all the names? Spy Guy, Lynn Junkin, Shane, Minnie, Skylar. Skylar's a big one, right? Paid off working with my brother in Florida. She actually lived in Florida by my brother, contacting me in Colorado, things like that, stalking me. I like to skull fuck people, and you're a dead man, and the cops coming after me, hinting that Kevin likes to skull people because they paid some girl off to have me killed. Strippers, like what did She called herself Stefania. What was her name? I don't remember, the Latin girl. Okay, so yeah, so whatever. So, you know, there's thousands and thousands of key players like that. I can't remember them all. Jen Hess, that's a big one. Jen Hess, Julia Sophia Renault. So those were some big key players in these murder operations. Okay, so Kevin, why do you have beers? Are you lonely? Kevin, now you're committing the lonely crime, right? Okay, so now I'm committing also the lonely crime and the more than one on top. Okay, right? Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna fucking drink a beer and work on a car, and if I want a second beer, I'm gonna drink a second beer, and if I want a third, I'm gonna drink a third. If someone comes strolling this way that's friendly and wants a fucking beer and to hang out and not be a fucking provoking douchebag trying to cover up my father's child molesting and murder operation starting at 5 years old with these worldwide groups trying to cover it up, cool, right? And that's how life normally works. Okay, now we're not in the job here, we're just fucking around my car. We got nothing to do. We're gonna do this little project. Now once again, I just said the word project and I've gotten flack for a good 20 years. Well, Kevin's doing projects. Once again, an empty statement that doesn't make any sense or mean anything. Now we even had a Starbucks employee harassing me the other day, which happens at every Starbucks, Coffee Bean, Pete's, every coffee shop in the world, for buying a fucking coffee, which starts in 2001 with Paul Humphrey, and also working with Boyd's and Associates Security, John Paul Naranjo, who punched me 7 times in the back of the head, trying to cover that up with Starbucks and security companies. Why? Because I bought a coffee and sat down. Jews are not allowed to go to public places and sit down, apparently, or my kind or whatever. Now, Kevin, what is your kind? I don't know. That was a Starbucks statement. And they were working with, it was a gay group of Starbucks employees trying to cover up the gay guy in Colorado that was mad at me for not asking him out and has worldwide murder operations of gay groups to kill me, right? Things that don't make any fucking sense. Okay, so the point is that nothing wrong is going on now, then, or ever, except I work on my car for a couple hours, drink a few beers, try to relax while people start ramping up their attacks in anger, that I'm breathing since 5 years old, okay? And they obviously have 100 million cover-up stories to the world on these government billion-dollar propaganda channels, and that's why they need to be held accountable, and the truth is gonna come out eventually. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so I have my beers, and if someone wants to join and be social like normal people do while I work on the car, then they can have a beer, provided they're not a fucking complete fucking douchebag piece of Jew-killing, child-molesting piece of shit. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We got a couple of tools, and if you have tools, you think you're a mechanic, right? You think you're a mechanic if you have tools. Okay, and then some 6 iridium spark plugs and some coils, and it's a pretty simple job. I mean, let's be realistic here. So the original point I was making on this project is that I was quoted, what, 5 hours of work? Actual working hours, right? Because you can't charge for picking your ass. And one guy 6.5. I mean, that's a full day to pull this off and change the plugs. Now I'm gonna do it, and I'm not gonna rush it. I'm gonna do it. Now remember, I'm a hobbyist. I've never done this well, you know, I did have a few jobs. I worked at Star Auto House Mercedes doing small shit. And I went to West Valley Occupational Center, but I'm not gonna claim that I'm a professional, that I'm not any good. I'm just gonna say that I know some shit, and I'm gonna do it myself. I'm a non-pro. I'm just doing it on the side between being killed by a planet of people for no reason since 5 years old, which sort of hinders you from getting good at anything. And see how long it takes me, and then we'll compare the amateur hours to the pro hours, correct? And we'll sort of get an idea. Now, I'll just state this, that the guy sort of dropped his price from $350 to $280. We'll see if we come close to that. So that would be, well, that's still 4 hours, right? At $60 an hour. I mean, you're not paying these guys to do brain surgery here. I mean, this is fucking, you're turning a wrench. Okay, so that's it. So I'm gonna shut this off, and I'll do some intermittent videos, but I'm not gonna obviously leave it on the whole time because that's, yeah, you'll go crazy. Okay, You go crazy, it'll be like my life, right? Like minute by minute worldwide murder operations that get on video minute by minute. Okay, so, and they are mad that there's proof of that. How dare I? Okay, so, because my kind doesn't have the right to breathe. So here we go once again before I shut this off. All we're doing, and I'm on fucking auto exposure, which is annoying. Okay, so all I'm doing, okay, changing 3 coils, and we're gonna have to put on new Mr. Happies. Changing out 3 coils, changing out 3 spark plugs, and we've got to pull this guy off, the plenum, half the intake manifold, and underneath are 3 more, because of V6 sideways. Bolts, there's 7 bolts here. Whoop-de-doo, you pull that off in a minute or 2. There's a plug here, and I might have to pull off this bracket. I think I do. I think I have to pull off this bracket, this plug. There is an EGR valve, you can't see it back here, with 2 bolts in the middle. Those are going to be a little tricky to get, oh, here he is. Be a little tricky to get to. If I grab the light, you can see, but screw it. And then there's 2 more bolts there, and then I think there's something by the throttle body. There's, okay, got a connector by the throttle body. And I think there might be some hose or something back there. So that's it. Okay, so that's not a huge engine rebuild, or I'm trying to think of something that would take 5 or 6 hours, maybe. I don't know. You know, maybe pulling the master cylinder and rerunning some brake lines or something. Right? Okay. So, okay. So that's pretty much it. I'm gonna mount this on the tripod. And probably not needed. Okay. And okay, so that's it. So I'm gonna open a beer, and then remember that I'm consuming alcohol on my property. And one of the imaginary rules, I'm sure, is Kevin's not allowed to drink alcohol either, because alcohol is deemed unhealthy. Therefore, Kevin needs to have mental rocks thrown at his skull with a planet of people, never ending. Because, how does it go? Your past, I'm having a brain fart here. Like when your life is, when you make a mistake and you can't, oh, second chances. You don't get second chances in life, and I've just committed the drinking beer. And it's not just beer, it's Corona, so it's Mexican beer. And now my friends can run around like Brian Weaver and call me Kid Taco again for drinking a Mexican beer and working on my car, and an entire planet's gonna hunt me and kill me because Brian Longbossom's calling me a Mexican for working on my car. Okay? Does that make any sense? Of course it doesn't. You want to know why? Or Brian Weaver saying that they have a worldwide public shaming for all the shit he did to me, or maybe in general and to me. You know why it doesn't make sense? Because it's a government agenda to execute someone since 5 years old with my sick, demented family, especially my father and my brother. Okay, so I can guarantee it's not about health. It's not about having a normal life. It's about the more productive and healthier Kevin is, whether it be projects or socializing or going to coffee shops or playing pool or whatever, coming up with new business ideas and executing them. The healthier I am, the more productive I am, the angrier these people with my family get. We need to stop you and immobilize you from succeeding in life and get you in a cage or a bouncy room or whatever. And I can assure you that's about hate. That is the only reason. It's not about Kevin's jealous of anyone or Kevin envies someone or this. By the way, the whole sentence, I don't know if most educated people know this, but the sentence, I envy that person, is actually a compliment. I'm just gonna say that right now because I've gotten a lot of flack over 20 years for saying I envy this person. And people running around hinting about envy, and then it's the end of the world, and you're like, but then there was a whole little thing that I wasn't picking up on time, that they had a porn star named Envy follow me to my gym over here down the street. And that's a whole nother 5-hour conversation with Mike Huntley and the gym frame jobs, and Rody Morales paid off by LAPD and my father to have me killed and take me to strip clubs. That's a whole nother, but it was interesting that and thought about it after that. I think I like smiled at her and then she disappeared. like I raped her or something, right? But then remember, I'm schizo, so I can't remember all the horrible things I supposedly did to people, right? Okay, so I know I'm getting sidetracked on a lot of tangents here, but you have to understand, and I'm sure you do, that my life is not normal of what they've done to my life, and they've created this situation that they want to bury by ending my life. And that simple gesture right there would be the end all be all. I literally should have 100,000 to 1 million people more per day throwing mental rocks at my house for what I did just here, and there's no second chances in life, and you'd be like, that is the biggest cheese dick statement ever, and that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and that's normally, and Kevin, this guy just approached me and told me that they're hunting you for drinking a beer in your garage or something like that. I'm on your side, Kevin, and we're gonna fucking publicly speak out. That's how things would normally, come to light, and it's not, and that's what makes my life so spooky, is that your friends are your jailers trying to kill you or execute you. And if you tell your friends what's being done, they come after you more, like you don't talk, we kill you, and whatever. Okay, so back on topic here. Oh, that was the rude burp crime. Like Demolition Man, right? Okay, that's it. So I'm just gonna start, and pretty simple, right? I mean, it should, by the way, it should take me, I'm guesstimating 1 to 2 hours for me. Okay, 1 to 2 hours for me, and I'm not used to like these little things. Like all have different types of little, like the electrical connectors have little types of. And someone that does this for a living, they're gonna be like, right? Okay, me, I'm gonna be like, where's that? Okay, so someone like me, I think is gonna. I'm guessing in my hobbyists haven't touched cars really in 30 years, and 30 years ago the cars were a lot simpler. I mean. And the cars, I was working on 69 Firebirds and 1976 Trans Ams, and I guarantee the electrical systems and the way things were a lot simpler, okay? I mean, shit was just bolted to the frame and a simple connector. If there wasn't much computer crap on those cars either. Okay, so this would be a lot more, you get the idea, a lot more complexity than the old 60s and 70s cars I was working on. I'm guessing 2 hours for me. That's $120 at $60 an hour. Oh, and I'm talking labor because I bought my own parts. I have my own spark plugs, I have my own coil. So that's just labor dollars, not, remember that. So when they're quoting me $350, that's labor money. That's not parts and labor. Okay, so I'm guessing it's a $120 job for me, worst case 180. Oh, you did 2 and 3, the 2-3 tactic, right? So they get mad, they do their 2-3 shit, and then they say that I did this to them, like everything else. Okay, so, alright, so that's it. So I think I'll turn this off, and I can't imagine why you would be even angry at this. Okay, so, because now it's substance abuse. Okay, so I'll intermittently turn this on as parts come off and try to maybe document the time that it took. Okay, so this camera has been off for about 40 seconds, and I believe someone, you can hear my garage door opening, someone I think got in or out of their car down on the other side of the garage here and honked their alarm horn twice, so that tactic is now starting back up. Okay, so I sort of, whatever, I decided to sort of leave this on for a few minutes and see if things, because a lot of times they kind of go in little waves of anger, if that makes sense. And just to give you an idea of how long it's, I mean, this is pretty much common sense, but how long it takes to actually take out these bolts, I mean. And this is with shitty equipment, right? So, you know, shitty home electric equipment and whatever, and so, not that it matters in this day and age, but just give you an idea of the length of time. So if I have to pull out 7 bolts here, you know, and they're gonna have better torque wrenches and, okay, so. Or better impact wrenches and better, okay, so you get the idea, right? Okay, so, and better eyes, my eyes are shit. And they're gonna have better lighting too, right? Okay, so, and this is a big thing for me, that these electrical connectors can get really weird. The way they design them, because each one's kind of different. And this will get really boring if I keep recording, but okay, so. Okay, so it's been about a minute since I turned off the camera here. And we had our next double horn honking over here at the Warner Center Met. So we're having some in my garage, we're having some in the Warner Center Met. Now it's gonna exponentially grow, and you're gonna ask, how's that happening? Does that make sense? Well, it's happening based on internet kill tools built around me to torture and kill. Now remember that Sean Dinsey threatened me about leaving my house. He doesn't want me leaving my house. So your house is your jail, example, right? But why? Well, we don't know. All we know is they got mad at me for going out, trying to make money and being friendly and social and trying to date women, and they'll have some kind of cover-up argument like he's trying to force himself on women, and when I'm actually fairly shy and it's rare that I even ask anyone out. And I have 100,000 videos of those, each incident where absolutely nothing happened and he raped me and weird things like this. Like, I've never even talked to that person, I don't know who they are, right? Okay, so just to sort of, you know, solidify what's going on. Everything that is happening is based on, we're gonna kill you and you better not tell anyone or we kill you. And that's pretty much it, right? So, it's not really about anything else. It's actually very, very strange. Okay. And so when the guy said to me, the mechanic said there's a lot of hoses, I mean, not a lot of hoses, but there are a good amount of hoses. Okay. So just remember that I have, you know, shit for tools, and they have all the good tools, and okay, so, you know, things for me, I might be like, oh, I have to go, you know, buy a new tool or something, right? Okay, so far it's been a total of 9 minutes, and well, that's why we hate. When they fall under like that, make your life miserable. Okay. And that can all be resolved with a hydraulic lift, right? Okay, so, oh, there it is. Okay, I don't have a hydraulic. Alright, so, bracket. Okay, maybe we'll do the big 7 here. The big 7. 10 mil? Alright. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, these are the main bolts for the manifold or the plenum, because actually I think the bottom half, I'm not sure if it's the entire manifold. We'll see if it's the entire manifold or just the plenum, but I think it's just the plenum. I think there's actually the manifold parts. Now this thing only goes to about 90 pounds of torque. So, you know, I'm working with we're gonna have to use the old-fashioned way, right? Okay, so Maybe just do it right. By the way, we're at 15 minutes here. Okay, so once again, there's the double horn honk from the neighbors, mad that I walked out of my house. What's it about? They have no explanation or meaning. They've been working on me since 5 years old with worldwide groups. Okay. Okay, so it is the same white sole, if you're noticing. Okay, so what did you see aside from me trying to just relax a little? Now remember, some of the out of thousands of threats that are indirect and like subtweetish, some people like Britain or something going, no relaxing for you nigger for trying to sit on a park bench and things like that. Okay, you get the idea? So why is it happening? Well, there's no argument. There's just 5 years old, we're gonna kill you. If you say anything, you did this, you did that, you did this. Hey, why does my brother keep hitting me in the back of the head or flicking me in the ear? Kevin raped me. You know, like something like that, right? Like, and that's not happening with just my brother. It's happening with my father, telling my brother, telling all my friends, telling all his friends, going on the internet to the world. But back to this one incident that is minute by minute worldwide since 5 years old. I come down to the garage, start working on the car. They come home, they get out of the car, honk honk. We then hear a car there, honk honk. We then hear a car there, honk honk. A couple of them I think are not on video, but that one is, that soul. The other two aren't, that soul is. But the point I'm making here is I don't want to keep pushing the stupid record button, right? Okay, so the point is, how did this person come here and then all these other people start up? You see what I'm saying? Now, the only argument they're going to say is, he's harassing us with his camera. Okay? So think about that. And that will go worldwide on these propaganda kill systems. Worldwide. So what that means is if you're a 5-year-old and you blink wrong, if you're 5 years old and you blink wrong, world, look what Kevin did, okay? Now maybe it's not world when I'm 5 because the internet didn't exist, but in 1994 when my brother wanted me to see the internet, boom, we're using the internet as a kill tool to kill you since 5 years old, or ramping up our attacks because you're still breathing. Now Kevin, you have a problem focusing. You have mental illness issues because you can't focus on working on your car. Well, wait a minute. Is it my focus or is it random people hunting me, trying to take turns minute by minute since 5 years old, especially like all the people I met in college, and I'm gonna do this to Kevin, but poor me, or I'm gonna do this to these other people. Kevin did it, okay? I can pull out about 1,000 different scenarios like that, from Tyler the Clown at Southern Oregon State College, Eric and Sherry Christensen hunting me because Eric Christensen supposedly didn't like my shirt, whatever, things that didn't make any sense. Teachers, professors, forensics, criminal professors at Southern Oregon State College with little indirect threats that I'll never have relationships and weird things like this that I wasn't picking up on. You walk up and talk to a girl, he did this to me, he did that to me, I'm afraid of him. The Kelly Hatch paid off to follow me up to Southern Oregon State College, right? Okay, why was Kelly Hatch following me to Southern Oregon State College? And then when I transferred to University of Colorado, connected events with Kelly Hatch, Kelly Hatch lookalikes moving above me, just like Kelly Hatch lived above me in the dorms, goth girls, right? Okay, so Kevin, you're rambling on a tangent here, right? Well, yeah. Because if I'm being stalked by mass worldwide groups minute by minute, that's what's gonna happen. Well, you should take medication. Yeah, that's gonna change something, right? Okay, is there medication for someone following around, hitting you in the back of the head with a lead pipe, right? Okay, so, now remember that what you just witnessed here, and a couple of them are off video, is 100,000 to 1 million per day, and I'm wasting time, but on our little experiment here, we're at 20 minutes with the provokings. 20 minutes. And the side dialogues, 20 minutes. Okay, so we have the main bolts. We have half the wiring off. We have, I think, 4 more bolts. We gotta undo this plug and a couple things here by the throttle body. And I have to, of course, go upstairs and get a screwdriver, the things I'm sort of trying to explain. If I'm in a shop, just walk right there and grab a screwdriver. Okay, so you get the idea. And so I'm gonna go upstairs, and I think I'm gonna sort of let this run as I go upstairs, because when I go up to my door, they have a camera on me from the Warner Center Met, and they know when I come in and out of my house, and so you're gonna hear a honk, 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 possibly. I'll say possibly. Okay, so this punishment for going out trying to live your life since 5. Okay, so surprisingly didn't hear anything. Alright. So I really wasn't planning on videoing this much, but this is always sort of the case with my life, that the more you sort of try to focus on living your life and yourself, the more they attack you in anger and rage. All we know is we have an angry, bitter father saying, you know what you did, to find out he paid off all these people to sort of try to set you up and frame you and execute you, especially Mike Huntley for a good 14 years. Tom Farley sent after me, starting around 8 years old, so he was heavily involved in Kevin Kissed a Black Girl, He Needs to Die, with Tracy P. Ghost, and oh, I didn't bring a wrench, shit. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now I gotta go up and run and get well, I'm not sure what that's connected to. Okay, so, figured one out. Okay, so yeah, I need pliers. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, right? Now I gotta go all the way up. And this is what makes things a pain in the ass, real pain in the ass now. Okay, so surprisingly, the horn honking is usually a lot worse. I'll say that right now. So far, we've only had 4 of them. Okay. So. Okay. There we go. So K&N. Oh my God, that's the end of the world. Okay, so 26 minutes with side dialogues. 26 minutes with side dialogues. And all that. And we're, I think, about 70% ready to pull it off. Okay, so 26 minutes. So it's probably more like 20 minutes, right? But quote unquote, there's a lot of hoses. That was the one of the things. There's a lot of hoses. While calling me buddy with the buddy tactic and all that. Okay, so and that's a whole nother level of you walk in and hey, I need someone to change my spark plugs, and they start in with the verbal insults and things like that, which are indirect, passive aggressive terror tactics. Okay, so there's a hose back here. Okay, so jeez. Okay, one of our big hoses. So remember his statement, well, there's a lot of hoses. And he's like, okay. Now I have to admit, these ones are a little trickier to get back here. Let's see, throttle body hoses. Where do we pull the throttle body off? Let's just pull the throttle body off. Oh no, because then we need a gasket. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna jump to the EZR valves on the back here. These ones are pretty, possibly the trickiest. Okay, so, and I'm gonna have to sort of study by the throttle body. I might just pull the throttle body off, I'm not sure. So we're at 30 minutes. Okay, so surprisingly the horn honkings haven't increased. You know, maybe I should like paint this thing while it's off or polish it or... Okay, so, girl. Make sure we're still recording here. Oh, battery, gotta switch batteries. Okay, so this might be edited out, I mean, but. Okay, so. This guy's on there. Bracket bolts. Oops. Oh, he's on there. Those are the childhood memories I remember of wrenching my hand into things. Okay, so okay. All right, so where are we? EGR valve off. Brackets to rear brackets off. We are down. Throttle body. Okay, so 39 minutes. 39 minutes. We are down to the throttle body and hoses. All the other bolts are off, minus that one connector, and that's what I was sort of saying. I'm like, how the hell do you get that stupid thing on? Okay, so let's say this takes me an hour with the side noise, which actually normally gets worse and worse. Say it's not. So 4 double horn honkings. One in the Warner Center Met there, one either by the Warner Center Met there or down on the other side of my garage, I'm not sure. 2 from the girl in the white soul. Okay. So if I was a professional, I'd probably get this off in 30 minutes, although that might be a push. So let's just say an hour to get it off, an hour to get it on, 30 minutes to change the plugs and coils. I mean, that's actually maybe more like 10 minutes. So let's say 2 hours so far in my brain. $120. Okay, so I guess the Iridium plugs these days come with 3 gaps, so that's not an issue. So where are we here? So this hose, one, 2, oh, 1 hose, 2 hose, the connector. My eyes are shit now, that's a whole nother issue. Okay, this nose. Okay, so he does have to come. Man, this hose clamp is a bitch. I maybe replace that with a fucking normal hose clamp. One of those little springy ones. Okay, so I'm thinking I'm probably not gonna put it back together tonight. Because I'm gonna get traditional hose clamps for the hosing. So these things are kind of cheese ball, spring-loaded ones. This is sort of what he was mentioning. It's not really a big deal or anything, but I mean, someone does this every day of their life. But it is kind of a pain in the ass. I'll definitely agree with him. And of course, those with the right tools. God, it's almost easier to take off the stupid throttle body. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take off the throttle body. I gotta replace the hose clamp. Ooh, but get a screw one. So am I still recording? Yeah. All right. So we're at 48 minutes, 49 minutes. Pull off the throttle body. Okay, here comes our next car. I bet they double horn honk. It's on there. Holy shit. Okay, that was interesting. Because she didn't hit the alarm horn twice, but someone out there did. So it's very faint. I don't know if you can hear it. You probably could hear it. It's very faint, but someone out there. So as she pulled in here, someone out there honked their alarm horn twice. Okay, so that a little waste of a hose clamp time. Okay, so we might be able to reuse this, but I might order a new one, so that'll slow things down, right? Okay. So 51 minutes. Another double horn honking. And the evil plugs. I hate these things. How do they come? Okay, maybe I'll just do a quick, show you where we're at close up. Okay, so here we are, we're at 51 minutes, and that's on a, I barely ever do this, haven't done this much in 30 years. Okay, throttle body's off, these 7 bolts are out, this bracket's loose. This bracket's loose. I still gotta pull this guy, gotta figure out him, he's a little annoying. Let me grab the light. Okay. EGR valve bolts back here. That's really difficult to get. Okay, these two bolts off. There's two bracket bolts here and there. They're off. I gotta pull this hose, and I'm gonna get a new traditional style hose clamp where you screw on. These things are annoying. And I think then it's ready to pull off this and just the coils come right out. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I could do these three in 10 minutes. Throttle body is off. And I decided, so here's the hose clamp I was working on. These old style, so I'll either pop them back on or maybe get some new ones. And now I just gotta pull off that plug, and I think he's ready to be pulled off. So let's just obviously play it by ear. And on the stopwatch, 54 minutes on Amature 54 minutes, and met with going up and getting some tools, right? Because I have to run up and down the stairs and go, oh, I don't have this, and I don't have that, and that's minor time wasted instead of walking up to a tool bench. Ooh. Okay, and so, and Sylvia's running around. You probably see her in camera. I'm not sure. She's running and sitting on top of the car and things. Okay. So, where are we here? So that'd be 5 double horn honkings, but ironically it was out there, not that person. That person used to, I think, walk by and whistle. I'm not sure. I think that's the one she was doing. Okay. The whistling one. Yeah, I can see what he's talking about. These hose clamps these hose clamps aren't fun. See? And that's even worse. Right on the control arm, I think. But if you do this every day for a living, it's not really gonna be. You know how to fucking deal with these fucking things. Okay, see? Once you sort of figure it out, of course, still want a better one. Okay. Okay, there we go. Ooh, okay. So, this evil connector. Battery power. Okay, so where are we here? 59 minutes. Okay, how does this evil fucking connector work? Weird. Here. Actually, I put these. What is it? Oh, I get it. I think this is it's like a sensor, manifold sensor. No, I'm not sure, but there we go. That's what I did. That's fine. All right. Okay, so I think we're gonna just do a double check here, but I think everything's out. I think we just gotta pull them off. Sounds easier than it, right? Okay, bolts out, keys out. Oh, something here, the hose here. I don't even feel a hose clamp on them. But I think it'd make more sense to pull it off and then maybe work on the hose when it's halfway off. Let's see. Okay, so he's the, oh yes, oh, and there's a hose here. Okay. we go. Well, feels like something's still on there. Injection rail, is it? It's the injection rail. I don't think that's. Eating? Okay. Feels like there's something still holding it down, actually. Oh, shit. Back. I think something's still in there. Vacuum solenoid. 2 volts. Oh, interesting. Those is off. Volume will have. Okay. Hopefully I'll remember where these bolts go because I'm already forgetting. All right. Jeez. You're the little evil fucker, aren't you? Yeah, I think you are. Okay. I was listening to water and going through the pipes. I was like, what the hell? There he is. There's our culprit. Okay. Ooh, 1 hour, 13 minutes. And okay, so 1 hour, 13 minutes, amateur time. We're still not off yet though, right? I And this is just so hopefully hour 20 minutes to take off the manifold. Probably be a lot faster to put it on, I'm thinking. Of course, we don't know if we got everything right. Okay, so. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, that's a whole different ballgame. Okay. See what we got back here. Yarn valve. Okay, so I think is this on there? Another hook. What is holding that on? All right. Yeah. Electrical connector. Okay, so I gotta pull electrical connector, but it's pretty much off. So hour 20, I'm guessing. Okay. I don't know what that little squealing sound I always hear is, but it's really not. All right, I'm almost thinking to go through this much work, I might as well maybe order a better injectors or something, or maybe we'll see. Before I put the manifold back on. Oh. Okay, so here it is. Now I better start sort of putting bolts in, so don't forget the locations, right? Because it's my damn age. I tell you. I fucking forgot already. Okay, hear the honking, the beep, beep, beep. Okay, it's over there at the Metro. The Warner Center Met, not the Metro, but the Warner Center Met complex of shitbag stocking these for 24 years since moving in for some reason. Okay. Up. Okay, this battery's about to die in the camera, but okay, so I put all the bolts back in. I have a feeling putting it on is going to be a lot easier than taking it off. But the question here, I'm going to order some part. I'm going to order a new throttle body gasket. It looks like it's not too bad, but why not? I'm going to research if I want to order new injectors. I'd probably maybe pointless, or maybe just the factory injectors because we're at 102,000, but and I'm going to continue, I guess, to change out the spark plugs and the coils. Oh, and the old gasket for the plenum. Okay, so alright, so now usually we hear the horn honkings like every couple minutes, like beep 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 beep, and they keep coming in the garage, or some dude will stand up there and he'll keep hitting his alarm horn, trying to sort of get a reaction. Okay, so, and this is for anything. This is for sitting out my deck, or okay. So anyway, okay, so let me switch batteries here. I'll give you a close up before we do the plugs and the spark plugs and the coils, new coils. Okay. Okay, so this light was tripping out the backlighting here. I was freaking out. Okay, so here's our engine, right? Our V6. Got our 6 coils. Have our plenum for the intake manifold. Boom, goes back. Kind of annoying design, or a horrible bracketry that makes your life miserable. What was that? Oh. Okay, so not too bad. We're at hour, I was pretty close, hour and 20. Hour and 20. Pull it off. So let's, if we do the math. Wait. Hour and 20. Wait. Oh, wait, that's an hour and a half, right? Okay. Hour and a half to pull it off. That's 90 bucks. 180 to put it on. Change the spark plugs. Okay, you know what? That price he gave me, 280, was actually probably fair. Okay, so now that I'm doing it, seeing how long it takes. 280 is probably a fair price. 350 is a little steep. 450 is getting way out there. Hour and a half. Wait, hour and a half. 3 hours. So 3 to 4. Okay, so possibly. You know what? He was actually probably close. Okay, so I will admit when I'm wrong, but we're gonna proceed because I want to know the total length that it takes me. Yeah, right. But there's some things I'm gonna do here, just so I'm not doing it all tonight. I'm gonna get better hose clamps. These things are really obnoxious in case I pull it off again. And I'm almost thinking as well, like, should I get it polished or paint it or something, but whatever, probably not. And let's just proceed, pull the coils. Oh no, sorry Mr. Happy Guys. Oh, I just broke him. All right, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, so they're going bye-bye. Boom. 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 Okay, so we're gonna put on new coils. Okay, so I just need to order a gasket. Bigger injectors, bigger throttle body. No, that's all pointless on this car. Okay, so all right, but let's do what we're gonna do and replace the plugs. And get my exposure. This light's throwing off my exposure. Now, when I'm sort of, like right now my stopwatch is at 127, right? But I didn't really stop it running upstairs and things like that, right? So, or talking into the camera, so it could be closer to about an hour if you think about it. And someone that knows what they're doing. So if that was the math, then it would be, wait, 120 for 2 hours, 3 hours, 180 instead of 280. Instead of 350, so 280, round that up to 200. The guy quoted me, he went down from 350 to 280. That's a fair price. Okay, so 350, he's padding a little, it's not too horrible. But okay, so now normal spark plugs, probably like 60 bucks, right? Okay, without having to pull off the manifold. Okay, so jeez, connectors are freaking hard. 1, 2. Okay, so this. Now we're just going to change the 6 spark plugs. You're going to be like, "Oh, wow, that's fast," right? So if this didn't have a manifold covering the 3 spark plugs in the back, it'd be a whole different ball game. Okay. So okay, so by the way, I might want to invest in a better. This has 90 foot-pounds of torque. I think the Milwaukee one does like 250 or something. All right. Okay, so at this point, Brian Weaver would be calling me Kid Taco. And then there'd be worldwide groups hunting me saying, you hate Mexicans or something like that. Okay. So that doesn't make much sense, does it? Especially the part where it goes worldwide. That's the part that you're gonna say. That's kind of weird. Okay, so we have a new car pulling in the garage. I think they're going down that way, so we're just gonna see if they honk their alarm horn. These coils look in pretty good condition, actually. Okay, so I didn't hear a double, I didn't hear his alarm horn yet. Okay, so. Dirt. Okay, 1 hour 33 minutes on the stopwatch. Actually, look at the injectors. I could change the injectors. Looks like you can change the injectors. Oh, wait. Oh, only. No. The rear injection rail, or technically the right side injection rail is underneath the manifold. Okay, so no, you can't. Okay, so let's take a look at these guys. I can't fucking see. Cause oh shit, that's a big old fucking gap. No, it's not. Okay. I don't know if you can see this, but you know, 102,000 miles, so still runs pretty good. The dyno test said it ran a little rich, but okay. So, you know, old spark plugs, old coils. And I think I'm gonna take a little break, so I'm gonna we'll do a quick close-up here. This battery's okay. So we're gonna do a quick close-up. I'm gonna take a little break. Stop the stopwatch. Now remember, when we're mechanics, we don't charge for our lunch breaks. And okay, so we're not supposed to. Okay, so here is the engine, ugly ass back valve cover, but you're not seeing anything. The runners. Okay, we've taken out the spark plugs and coils. Those will be back in a second. You know, you saw how long it took to actually change the pull out the spark plugs. Okay, so the entire job of this engine changing spark plugs is obviously the frickin' manifold is a bitch. I think it'll be easier to put on, but I'm gonna order new. I'm gonna go pick up some new, better, you know, traditional hose clamps. These things are fucking annoying. I hate these things. And maybe research throttle body type upgrades or something, but you know, honestly, I think it's a waste of money on this front wheel drive car, or better injectors. But you know what, maybe what I'll do is I'll buy a new injector, maybe the same factory injectors, because they're at 102,000 miles, and just, you know, make sure it's running clean. Okay, and it does run pretty good, but it could run better, just maintenance. Okay, so I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna go upstairs and I'll maybe get something to eat, and then come back down. All right. Okay, so I went inside and I thought about some things, and I decided that I'm gonna pull off the injector runners here and replace the injectors. So I ordered some OEM Bosch injectors. I think they're like 350cc or something like that, pretty wimpy. You know, of course I thought about maybe I should get like the 600cc's, maybe try to gear towards flex fuel and maybe turbo and all that. But then I thought about it. I said, you know what, priority on this car would be all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive first before I gave a shit about beefing up the engine. So let's just keep our motor clean, keep it running, you know, good. Speaking of that, look at all this schmutz underneath the runner here. So what is the lesson? You peel an onion, you're gonna find dirt. Okay, so on anyone and anything. Okay, so right, Jen Hess, hunt me with your worldwide kill groups and everyone else since 5 years old. Okay, so so I guess let's replace the plugs, replace the coils, and we'll pull these guys off. Looks pretty easy, and it's gonna take. Probably be here around New Year's, so maybe 4 days to get. So unfortunately, Pepe ain't gonna be running for about another 5 days. And I'm just sort of trying to analyze anything else I want to do before putting back on the intake. Right? Oh, I gotta order a gasket for that. Okay, but that's a no-brainer. Okay, so. That's it. So let's put on the let's put in the new plugs. That's pretty simple, right? Let's put in the new plugs. And where's my cat? She gave up on the social gatherings. Okay. So we'll put on the new plugs. Ooh, what's that? Cancel. Stopwatch. Okay, resume. We're at an hour and 42, but really that's closer probably to an hour and 15 if you think about it, right? Okay. It's starting to get a little colder here. It's probably about 50 degrees out. Obviously this is going to be back together tonight, but it's that's a little bit bummer. Okay, but let's put in the new plugs. We have our... Okay, we have our, just some NGK, whatever, iridium plugs, nothing special. And we'll pop in our plugs, and that'll be just so exciting. Okay, so, right. Putting these plugs in holes. That's so sexual. Okay, so ooh, and we're gonna litter. I just committed more crimes there, littering. Okay. Okay, so now there'll be a 45-year murder operation to kill me because I dropped that little box, which I'm gonna obviously throw out with everything else at the same time. But that's the level of it. So for example, okay, so how do these things start, by the way? Let's say I'm working on my car and this falls on the ground, this little piece of cardboard, and I don't see it and I clean up everything. And someone sees that on the ground because I missed it, there'll be a worldwide campaign to kill me, labeling me as a litterer. Wait, you've never heard of such a thing, have you? And because there's rules, there's rules. Like, are these like video game rules that some video game creators writing on the fly here? And there'll be worldwide psychological warfare, like 100,000, maybe 100 people a day walk by you in every city and state, whistling at you as punishment, so try to explode your brain or something. With psychological warfare tactics, and they'll build a laundry list of all the things you've ever done for 45 years. Well, when he was 8, he littered, he dropped a piece of cardboard on the ground, or maybe they'll leave out the cardboard on the ground, I don't know. And then there'll be a worldwide campaign to torture and kill you with these psychological warfare attacks based on this rap sheet of things that are either non-existent or so insignificant in life on every level. You'd be like, Okay, so I'm being hunted because at 8 years old I dropped a piece of cardboard on the ground and didn't pick it up and throw it away. Okay, how does that lead to things like Mike Huntley introducing me at 16 to Melody the stripper, and the worldwide group saying, well, you spoke to Melody the stripper when you were 16, and why would anyone care? If anything, people would be like, good for you, dude, did you get fucking laid? Okay, right? Why would anyone care? Okay, so the double horn honking there. Okay, so why would anyone care? Okay, so now my guess is maybe it'll ramp up because technically I went back in my house and I came out for the second time, so that's a 2 thing, right? Because my mother's statement, you have a problem too, literally, while people were a wide park like example. Now the latest in the last 6 months is 2 white cars together everywhere worldwide. And there's thousands of these tactics, but there's 2s, there's 3s, there's 4 white cars, but white cars in groupings. But she'll say like you have a problem too, meaning literally, and then people do things in 2s, like follow you around, going okay, okay, or things like that, or yes, yes, and things like that, okay. Of course, it's also 3s, it's not just 2s. And of course, I'm losing my train of thought. So it's not just 2s. It's also 3s, and then also 4s. So they're on the 4 thing, 4s now. So they'll obviously on the internet they'll post in combinations of 2s, 3s, and 4s. So maybe like hi world space 3 exclamation points, and then now it's 4, right? So it'll go 3, 4, and all these things are supposed to idea of reference means something to me about my life, but they don't really mean anything. But if you follow someone around from stranger to stranger saying, take care 100,000 times a day, eventually you're going to say, why do they keep saying take care to me, right? Are you insinuating something, right? Because you keep saying it from person to person over and over, but then it'll switch to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. So why are they doing it? Well, there's only one real reason, and that's we're trying to make you look like a violent paranoid schizo and try to get reactions to lock you away. It's not really specifically, it's probably about something, like one thing at 5 years old. So, at 5 years old, Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman snapped, and it's going to be about one thing, but the rest is sort of noise, like, hey, we're like campaign to torture and kill you. Right, okay, so, but we don't know what's going on other than there's a worldwide sort of execution, right? It doesn't seem to be about anything. So if this was like a normal V8 or a front wheel drive, let's say a 350Z, right? You don't gotta pull off all that manifold shit, at least I don't think you do. You just come in the sides, like my Corvette, right? You're just come in the sides, change spark plugs, and it might take a little work, a little maneuvering, but nothing like this. God, that thing that makes that noise. Almost like some kind of release valve or something. Okay, so, all right. format things or let's check this out. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. Take off this. So bracket there. Okay, you. Brackets. Okay. Let's get back to work, right? Let's get motivated. Okay, so I was going to break this video up in segments here. I don't know, I'll decide if I want to edit it later, but I don't think I'm going to because that takes work. All right. Edit work. Okay. Here. Bracket. 10 millimeter. All right. Oh, you're big, huh? Okay, so technically this was changing spark plugs, right? We've modified the template here from changing spark plugs to spark plugs and injectors. Okay. Ooh, that guy's big. But so what? It's so minimal because it's all right here. All right. So I'll just, it'll be interesting. On we're at 1 hour and 56 minutes. And the injectors are just about out. Okay, so let's see, that was like a 10-minute thing. Okay, so 1/2-inch drive. Got to get a bigger wrench for this guy. Oh, that's a 3/8. Come on. Ooh, these aren't organized right, are they? Half. Hopefully I have a 3/8 to a 1/2-inch converter. Let's see. And I do. That's good. Okay. Oh. Wait, you're 3/8. Let's try 3/8. That boy's in there. Okay. What a weird ass place to mount that bracket. Okay. Okay, where are we here? last connector. Ooh. Oh, this guy's in there. Oh. Okay. There we go. Whoa. All right. Where's my little rag? There it is. Okay, so here's our injector. So, oh, I can't see, we're all backlit. That's probably better, huh? Whew. Okay, so there's our injectors. Here is one of our injectors. Some evil gasoline because it's flammable. So I'm in reckless, out of control behaviors because the gas line is out. I got injectors. When I pull those out, little gas pours on the engine. Just pure evilness, right? Okay, so pure reckless, out of control monsterage. Okay. Let's see, where do these bolts come from? Gas, injector. Fuck did I just pull you out? Oh. Going to put the bolts back in the holes because at my age, can't remember shit from Shinola except for stalkers. Okay. All the way down to 5 years old. Okay. Let me take some pictures. Okay, so I mean, that was pretty easy, right? Okay, so the reason I'm kind of doing this, which is really for the layman, right, that doesn't understand, hey, I need to change my injectors. Okay, well, if this was a V8 or a V6 front mount rear wheel drive, if this was rear wheel drive, you see how long it took to change, the spark plugs and the injectors. Okay, like, All right, now these on a rear wheel drive car, they're gonna be on the sides. You're gonna have to pull off all that shit. So our job, okay, 60 to 100 bucks. Okay, so labor. I'm talking labor pricing. So the point I'm making here is if you go to a mechanic, he's like, oh, you want to change the injectors? That's gonna be like $800, $1,000. Okay, I just purchased new injectors here for 100 bucks. OEM Bosch. You know, I could have got 800cc. These are, I think, around 350cc. I could have got about 800cc injectors for about 200 bucks. Okay, so 200 bucks and install 100 bucks. And okay, now I don't want to fuck with worrying about modifying the ECU and all that shit on this car. Okay, so you get the idea. Okay, so I'm just almost kicked over my beer. So I'm just making a point that some of these outrageous auto repair mechanics, especially the ones calling me buddy from place to place and all that weird shit, trying to provoke me and get reactions, and whistling at me from one to the next. When they're giving me, like, what was it, like $1,300 for coilovers? $1,300 for 4 of these coilovers. It took about 40 minutes to put these in. Okay, minus the getting the height correct, but 40 minutes. So 40 minutes, 1,300 labor. Okay, you get the idea. For 40 minutes. Okay, so just remember that, which probably links to. And I did kick over my beer. Okay, so which probably links to like Steve's Jaguar when I had my Jaguar and shit like that for some or outrageous shit like, oh well, there's a hose under the intake manifold, and I don't know why they do it this way, and I think he was probably lying, but okay, so and that was like 8-10 years ago, probably 10 years ago. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna take some pictures. Okay, so let's pull the injectors. This is pretty fucking. Oh, shit. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the injectors in until I get the new ones. I'll swap them really fast because gas, whatever. Okay, and okay, so. The injectors in. Or I could figure out how to remove the whole fucking piece and just dump out the gas. Okay. Let's see. Whatever, we don't need to. Okay, so. Okay, just don't light the gas on fire while you're fucking starting up the car, right? Okay, so. The new coils. And. Okay, so they look pretty much the same as the other coils. And I debated on aftermarket coils, but they got a little spendy, and I was like, you know what, for this fucking car, for this engine, not until this thing's fucking all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive or something, it's pointless. Okay, so, I'm not going to tighten up the coils until after the injectors, the new injectors are in, because I'm going to have to pull them. Something might get in the way. Probably not, but littering again. Okay. More littering. Okay, so that's gonna like piss off the world for no reason at all, because who would care? Okay, so oh, look at that. Oops. I get it. The other ones, I was wondering about these grommet things. They come with new ones, and those ones all burned off. Okay, so, all right. As you can see, I don't do this much, and when I did, they were much older cars. Okay, so what's this though? What the fuck is this for? Oh. Jesus. Damn it. All right. The injector fell on the ground. Shit, right in the middle. Gotta kill me. Okay, fuck it. Yeah. All right, so I think we're probably on cleanup time here, because I can't do much until the injectors come in. So hopefully in 4 days I'll have the injectors. Oh. We're at 2 hours and 16 minutes. And remember those 2 hours and 16 minutes. There's a lot of fuck around in that, right? Now that's just taking shit apart. But now that I know what I'm looking for, I think it's probably pretty easy to put back on. You know, I mean, it'd probably be faster to put that back on. To take it off, especially with the way the EGR valve's mounted. I mean, that's sort of a nightmare. Okay, so, oh, we need hose clamps. So let's pull one of these hose clamps so we can hit home Home Depot Psycho Crazy group and get some hose clamps. Okay, so I'll just leave these loose for now. Okay, so let's pull these hose clamps though. They all look fairly similar. And so, okay. Oh my god, it's so easy when you. Okay. Maybe not. Okay, so these, I'm trying to figure out why anyone or corporation in their right mind, I don't know if you can see these, use these spring-loaded, when you do the screwdriver one, I mean, okay, so whatever. So we're gonna get some better hose clamps. I guess that's it. Okay. Order up a throttle body gasket. And refrain from polishing the intake manifold, refrain from painting the intake manifold, refrain from bigger injectors, refrain from any of that shit until this thing is all-wheel drive or front-wheel drive, and I don't know if that will ever happen, but okay, so I guess that's it. I'm going to turn off the camera and then we'll continue this when the new injectors come in, and that's it. So technically the spark plugs are in. And if I wasn't changing the injectors, I would then be bolting everything back on. So we're at, what did I say, 2 hours? 2 hours, 20 minutes, but what, I spent a good 30 minutes here with the fucking with the injectors, right? So that's 1 hour, 50 minutes. So if we say an hour to put back on the crap, that's 3 hours. Okay, so 3 hours, that's 180 bucks. We round it to 200 bucks. Guy originally quoted me to 350. He then said, but you know what, I can do it to you for maybe 280. That's probably, honestly, that's not too bad, okay? I mean, that's 280. Okay, 350 is pretty little high. 450 is too high. So a 3 hour job, we're still not done, but I'm estimating a 3 hour job, it might even be a 3 hour job with me changing the injectors, from an amateur who doesn't know shit, doesn't really, you know, a guy that does this every day of his life versus a guy that hasn't touched a car much in 30 years, and the cars were completely different because they didn't have the ECUs and all that shit and the wiring and all that. It was more mechanical and simplified. Okay, so that being said, we will continue this when the new gasket comes in for the throttle body and the injectors. Okay, and there's your injectors, and whoop-de-doo, and there's your V6 sideways without the quirky manifold to the right, and okay, and so that's it. And this, I'm sure, is going to be a really long video like most of them. Oh, and one more thing, the mental illness type tactics from the random strangers, my neighbors and random strangers worldwide, wasn't too bad so far. Usually, trust me when I say, it usually exponentially just goes through the roof, okay? Like the honkings and it just exponentially more and more and more and more and more. And they go crazy because I'm still breathing, and it's all sort of based on you're still breathing, right? And so, and it's worldwide, sort of worldwide armies since 5 years old, which is very strange. And I'm assuming it starts right after my father showing me the movie Wizards, 1977, Wizards by Ralph Bakshi. Okay, and if you watch the movie, you'll understand the mutant, Holocaust mutant, wizards, or Black Wolf, the evil wizard, versus the good wizard, Avatar, and the Nazi references, and the projecting Nazi imagery in the sky, and that's going to sort of come back to Kevin's a white supremacist because he kissed the black girl when he was 8 years old. Weird shit that doesn't really make much sense, but you can sort of figure it all out and go, what the fuck? Okay, so that being said, it's about 9 p.m. 9:30 maybe, and the fun part, clean up. Okay, so, and to be continued in maybe 4 days. Okay, so it's been, I don't know if it's been like a half a week, maybe even a week. I think it's more like a half a week. I'm not sure what day that was. We actually already had this, a gasket for the intake plenum. I just picked up a gasket for the throttle body. It's black and blue, whatever. And I'll get to that in a second. And our little Bosch OEM, oh shit, I don't want to lose the O-ring here. Our Bosch OEM injectors, just replacement injectors. And picking up, it is raining, it's been raining for like a week or something, half a week, I'm not sure. And you can kind of see the water and all that, and you can hear it. Okay, so picking up that at UPS was playing some kind of game like, hey, it's our second attempt and blah, blah, blah. It was like one day of delivery, all this. So I said, okay, hold it at UPS. Going out there just now to get it, tons of white, not just white, but mostly white Lexuses parked strategically, and some following me, waiting, watching me in the cars, who try to make me look like I'm paranoid. We've had, like usual, the ramp down of attacks, and then boom, it spikes back up because they want to try to get this, oh, thank God it's over. It's only been 45 years, I can't do this again, bam, boom, right? I'm not doing it again, right? Okay, so they want to get with the police and government, Kevin's crazy and on edge and has PTSD and is bipolar and suffers from paranoia and obsession and schizophrenia and yeah. Oh, and he's also a criminal and committed 100,000 imaginary crimes. Okay, so hate-related, murder operations out of my father's hate with worldwide support. Needless to say, that makes it difficult to get your car fixed, get jobs, make friends, have relationships, and breathe. Okay, other things going out as Gateway Plaza there, where they've been working on me since day one, with Paul Humphrey for going to Starbucks around 2001. Your kind's not allowed to drink coffee, and we're going to kill you since 5 years old and all that weird shit. Because what does that even mean, your kind? It's just a hate label. I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to throw a label on you and kill you like Adolf Hitler. So, label switch. Tons of blue cars. So as I entered the lot, it actually looked closer to normal. Than it normally did, and then instantly, within 5-10 minutes, cars showing up, predominantly blue, and then of course, the ones that were already there, you know, parked in strategic patterns in case I veer that way, right? Okay. So, like usual, like on all my other daily videos, in 5 to 10 minutes time, we probably saw about 40 cars literally follow me on, I don't like to say on cue, but like texted out or through internet built kill tools around me. This is where Kevin is, everyone in blue cars. And then after that, we had the Kelly Hatch Jeep Cherokee sort of like out on my street there. There's 2 gray Jeeps and one's Jeep Cherokee. I'm sort of eating my Subway at the park in my car, watching them sort of show up and park. So they're back to the older Jeep Cherokee tactic. The blue cars and blue clothing, black and blue cars and black and blue clothing have always been going on. Groups of white Lexuses and more, and even mimic GMCs of my other GMC, same color too, waiting for me together
Oh, and Teslas. And you're saying, Kevin, that's kind of fragmented. Now, it is and it isn't, because I know what to look for. So if I walk out my house here and there's 4 white Lexuses, I go, well, that's out of the norm. And then I go down there to UPS where they know this is going to be, and there's a white Tesla with a white Lexus and a white Tesla with a white Lexus, and then I walk in, I get this, and a white Lexus pulls up and he waits and starts like watching you. And this happens over and over systematically. You start to be able to read it like Braille. It has nothing to do with mental illness. It has to do with making someone look mentally ill to exterminate them since 5 years old. My brother's death threats over and over that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution for not helping him hurt my friend Greg Waz, telling him, you know, you're fucking sick in the head, whatever. Okay, so most importantly, what color is this gasket? It's black and blue, correct? So the throttle body gasket is black and blue. So when I'm seeing hundreds of blue cars, or technically the tires are black and blue, follow me on cue. I don't want to say on cue, but notified through internet kill tools. Now try to make Kevin look crazy, try to get a reaction, try to set him up, try to make it look like he has PTSD. The other thing is we're seeing the attacks in the last half week sort of go down, and then boom. And I sort of just explained it. Oh, thank God it's over, I can't do this again. The guy has post-traumatic stress syndrome, we're all in danger, he's a public nuisance. Okay, all the above, right? It's just gonna switch and change like it has been at my minute since I was 5 years old and I'm turning 50. Okay, so today is the 30th. Is that significant? Not really, but tomorrow's New Year's. We've had a couple of trolls state that they celebrate New Year's on the 29th. Now that's interesting because I found out right around maybe a month before, like beginning of December, mid November maybe, that Mike Huntley, you're a dead man, you don't have a right to live, world of paranoia, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with, have a good life now, finding out that Mike not only invested 6 years to start a company with me to kill me, get close to me to kill me, but was actually working on me with my brother starting at 14. So that's a good 14 years. 6 plus with the rest, so whatever, that's 14 years. Mike Huntley, that was 21 years ago, I believe. Still going on. Now is that false sense of hope. Oh, it's New Year's, it's a new year, everything's gonna be better. What are your New Year's resolutions? Well, my New Year's resolutions are to do whatever it takes to stop a worldwide murder operation to kill me since 5 years old, correct? Okay, it has nothing to do with New Year's or lame-ass books called The Secret, or there's some, you know, scams trying to make me look crazy years back. Hey, Kevin, you should read the book The Secret, because if you believe it's not happening, then it will stop. Yeah, right. Like Adolf Hitler, he would have stopped if we didn't do anything, right? No, he wouldn't have stopped. He would have kept going more and more and more. Okay, so that being said, I'm gonna get my car back up and running here, and I'm probably gonna have to do a few run up the stairs to get batteries. I forgot to bring some camera batteries down. So we got the parts, and we just gotta put things back together, really, and put them back together correctly, right? Okay, so I'm gonna try to shift gears now. Remember what we saw the last time on the video, that the longer I was down here, and usually it happens instantly, so they usually have cameras, or they have had cameras for a good 20 years pointed at my door when I walk out, and they do their mimic tactics or their whistling tactics, so the cars all come out, or the clothing colors, or the dog walkers. Example, maybe 30 dog walkers will come out right after my brother shows me a Mad TV piece called Davy and the Son of Goliath, hinting about, making a joke about David Berkowitz, and then trying to make me look like I'm a schizo like David Berkowitz. Right back from the source. But ironically, the source isn't Jason Perlman. The source is my father, Ronald Barry Perlman, with Anita Perlman, taken over by Arnold Silver, my stepfather, and the rest of the all the families with worldwide support. But needless to say, you get the idea of what the source is. But Jason Perlman at 7 years old, we want you to exterminate Kevin Perlman, try to lock him away, rid him of the world. But you can't have that truth coming out. This isn't about anything other than hate and rage towards me since I turned 5 years old. That's all it's about. Okay, so let's focus on the car. Now you're gonna hear probably the horn honkings in twos and more. You're gonna have people come in the garage here, they're gonna park backwards, okay? If we sort of just, actually, let me, okay, so if we sort of just document, everything is forwards, nothing cryptic, suggestive, idea of reference, suggestive-y, patterny. Okay, we'll probably see cars pull backwards in twos and horn honkings in twos and all those things that usually happen instantly. So surprisingly, at this moment in time, they haven't started in the garage. They have going to pick up this part. You know, I was out for a good 30-40 minutes, and if how many cars do you think are on video in those 40 minutes? I would say a good 100. And you can bet your ass, as I'm sitting here working on my car, everything going on outside is ramp up the suggestive mental illness tactics, probably not just in Woodland Hills, but worldwide. Okay, worldwide. What would the reason be? Well, because someone doesn't want Kevin ever, like Sean Dinsey, this is, you better not leave your house. Your kind's not allowed to leave his cage. Okay, right? So I think I just saw a white Lexus parking on that, we might exit gate there, okay, sort of by the end. Okay, so not 100% sure because I sort of looked and said I think that's a Lexus and he's pulling backwards and parking. But if I was go out and take a walk, I could easily walk right around this block like I do every day and get probably a good 100 cars around the block with schizophrenia, idea of reference tactics, trying to make me look crazy. Why, I can't tell you, but I can tell you that my entire family has secondary or primary psychology degrees, and that's all you really need to know. Someone with hate, with a psychology degree, using the psychology degree as a weapon to execute a 5-year-old, and still with planetary support for some reason. Now that I'm 49, turning 50 in a couple months, you get the idea. Okay. And you don't really need a specific reason because murderers don't have legit reasons. They just punch and kill you. Okay, so it is a little cold, but it's not too bad. And we're a little lacking a little light, but okay, so let's start focusing on the car here. And I believe I left off at the injectors. And I'm gonna switch batteries really quick first. Okay, I'm gonna run up really quick and grab some more camera batteries. Okay, so let's get things back in gear here. Okay, so we were on the injectors, and we're gonna put new injectors in. Okay. Oh, I forgot my glasses. That's Still can't get used to this whole reading glasses thing. Okay. I mean, actually, these injectors look pretty good. I don't know how you'd really know if they're clogged or not. They look pretty clean. The old ones look pretty clean. Okay. You guys look. You know, I don't know, whatever. Okay, injectors are in the rail. Okay, my other battery, I don't know why it died so quickly, I swear. It's one of those annoying battery days. Okay, so I don't know when this camera shut off here. I was just putting the newer injectors, OEM injectors, and now I'm replacing the fuel rail. So I'm bolting it down. Black Camry coming in. Now, a lot of the time the people that come in here don't live here. They give them access to sort of try to send me hidden messages and all that in their cars. Example, they might give access to like maybe like 10 people with orange Beetles or something like that, right? Park backwards down here, things like that. Oh, I forgot my stopwatch. I forgot the whole reasoning behind this video was to document the time I spend repairing the car. Okay, so I just started the stopwatch, so I'm gonna add 10-15 minutes. Let's add 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna add, I believe we left off at 2 hours and 20 minutes the other day. And then really I was saying, I think take off 30 minutes for me rambling about other shit or just, okay, so whatever. And also the scope's changed because we're adding injectors and all that, but whatever. Okay, so we're bolting down the injection rail. With new injectors. Good. Plugging in the electrical. Stupid shit. Okay. Wait. Oh, coil. So, it's not too exciting, but okay, so we have the ejector rail back on. We're just going to mount up a few little brackets here. We're going to mount up this bracket and mount this guy back to here, and he just hangs loose. Okay, so all right. Go a little closer here. There we go. Okay. Okay. One bracket on. No rails in, electrical brackets on, outer brackets on. We are 10 minutes in, but technically that's 25 because I have to add 15. Okay, so I believe I just heard a double horn honking, so those are starting back up. Okay, so I'm bolting down the coils. Okay, so we have a car coming in. We'll see if he double horn honks because that tactic is now looks like they're starting back up on that one. Now the girl to the left here had this look like he's defying us type of look. Okay, so It was leaving, and the camera was shutting off. The camera shut off. Hi, how are you? Good, and you? What? Oh, that sucks.
Yay!
Which one? Which variant?
Omicron.
What?
Omicron.
Oh, that sucks.
It's not bad.
You look like you're doing okay though.
Yeah, honestly not bad.
No respirators yet? It's good, it strengthens you, it builds muscle and character. Yeah. Have a good one. Yeah. Okay, so first I want to sort of note the neighbor dialogue there. It starts with the Heather Hay tactic, then exactly's in twos, and it was interesting because years ago I said exactly on a Twitter thing, and then people sort of started mimicking it in a way to sort of try to piss you off with the schizophrenia tactics, the mimic tactics. And okay, so I started explaining that she left, and so she had this look of like, you're defying us. And that was about 10 minutes ago. Oh, so we have the double horn honking starting up again. So the you're defying us. Okay, you're defying us, there's rules. But they're imaginary rules that we just make up on the fly. Or they're like rules like so deep down in the hidden, in the fine print, like, hey, maybe in the HOA somewhere it says that you're not allowed to put a plastic bottle there or something, right? Oh, well, you defied us, so now we're gonna honk our horn twice as well everywhere you go wear a Y for the next 10 years and things like this. Okay, so when this PT Cruiser who's coming in here parks, we'll see if he double horn honks. And you're seeing them sort of start up at the same time. Okay, his battery's about to die, but so he's gonna try honk his horn, alarm horn twice.
Okay, so surprisingly he didn't. I have to change batteries. Why is this thing eating up batteries so much? Okay, so that girl here in the gray VW was kind of working with Monsieur from City Guard to harass me every time I came out here at night to work on my car. And they do it in methods like you talk to someone and they all follow you around honking horns or saying hey over and over, things like that. Or as you heard, exactly, but it ramps up based on a friendly conversation. And it doesn't just happen with the security companies, it happens with everyone in the world on these connected, weird, freaky psychological warfare attacks. And so you get the idea that that's been exponentially growing since 5 years old. From stranger to stranger worldwide, college teachers, college professors, starting at key players like Paul Humphrey, Tom Farley at very young ages, Mike Huntley, Jason Perlman. Okay, so back to topic here. We're at the point here to put back on the manifold. Okay, so we got the coils in. We got the coils, the new coils, and we got the new injectors in. We have the rail back on. We have all the brackets. We have the wiring. What I'm gonna do is these are cheap. You know, these are cheap Amazon coils. They're not made by Amazon, but and these are whatever, cheap Bosch injectors, whatever. But as you can see, it's a bitch. If one of these coils are bad, actually this is all fine. If one of these 3 or 6 coils and injectors are bad, on this car, it's a nightmare, as you can see, because I gotta pull back off the entire intake plenum. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bolt on the plenum with the gasket and bolt everything back together, but I'm gonna leave off all the side. I'm gonna leave off all the side bracketry, all the things that aren't needed, but keeps everything sort of from wobbling around. And the reason I'm doing that is because remember that this is just, I don't do this for a living, I don't even do it much for a hobby, but it gives me something to do, so I'm sort of trying to get back into things. But I did this to my Envoy. You know, I replaced, it was at 100,000 miles, I replaced the throttle body, the plugs, the coils, and one of the coils that I bought off Amazon through these sort of cheapo Chinese companies or whatever, was bad, right? And so no big deal, just it shows which one on the ECU and you fix it. This one, if any of these 3 coils or injectors are bad on this side, once again, it's back to the drawing board. Not really back to the drawing board. They have a second grade VW, so, well, I can't tell you if that's intentional. Okay, neighbor, gray VW reading, horn honking twice, gray VW leaving. Girl's clothing was actually gray black pants, gray sweatshirt matching the car. Gray VW, she came out, left and came back for 10 minutes, exactly. So you heard 2s there, exactly. The hay tactic, gray VW leaving. They didn't do their horn honking, but I heard the 3rd double horn honking out there somewhere since I came down in the garage here. And it's now starting to progressively get worse, or ramp up. Okay, so what's the point of why are they doing it? Well, what they're doing is they're saying, we're gonna make your life impossible until you can force you into a mental institution. Okay, why? Or jail, or remove you from society. Why? Well, we don't know. Well, my mother says something like, I want you to have a normal life. Okay, so stop hunting me with World War II, trying to make me look crazy, right? Let me have a normal life. Well, no, that's not an option. Of course, she's not going to verbally state that. They're going to skate this way and skate that way and say nothing's happening. And okay. So, what is the reason that every single thing I do in life, since 5 years old, they're trying to force me into sabotage me and force me into a mental institution? To have a good life? No, because I hate you and I want to put you in a cage. I want to rid you of the world. Okay. So obviously it has nothing to do with mental illness. It has to do with,
I don't want you going out and having a good life, but I'm gonna cover it up. Just like the coffee shops. We're gonna have people follow you there and provoke you minute by minute. If you don't like it here, why do you go here? Well, I go here because I like it here, but I don't like people following me trying to fucking execute me. Oh, well, you're crazy and it's not happening, so we gotta put you in a mental institution. Okay, so same type of thing. So they're gonna sort of make up an excuse. Well, you're a public nuisance because you're working on your car in the garage even though you haven't done a thing to anyone. We're gonna try to get a reaction to say you shouldn't be outside and you're crazy and this and that. And okay, right, so you get the idea. So, the second VW didn't do the alarm horn honkings or anything, but you kind of know from repetition that on an hourly basis that what's really going on, right? Okay, so then they're gonna sort of sugarcoat everything that he's harassing us and he won't leave us alone. Or they're gonna sugarcoat it that, hey, you're not supposed to be working on your car in this public shared garage or whatever you want to say. By the way, this isn't, I'm a homeowner or townhouse owner, which means I pay my HOA fees and all that for the common area. But I'm sure somewhere down in like a micro fine print somewhere is about like you're not supposed to. Okay, but this is like an hour. You know, there's no parts on the ground and the manifold's off for an hour and back on, and nobody's gonna know unless they see me fucking around for an hour, and nobody's gonna care unless they're like Nazi trash trying to pick a fight. Okay, and then what they're gonna try to do is get a reaction with a plan of people and say, you know, he's dangerous and all this shit, right? Okay, so. Alright. So, I believe at this point we're ready to start putting back on the intake manifold. Oh. Okay, so what I'm going to do, make sure I'm still recording here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave, there's always little mounting brackets. I'm going to sort of try to not hook up all the side crap, all the little wiring mounting brackets, but do the main EGR valve, maybe these two brackets, and the top bolts down. And then, like I said, just sort of leave some of the stupid crap loose to make sure that I have no engine issues with bad cheesy coils or whatever. Okay, or injectors. Making sure everything's out of the way. think they're even really great at their paintball.
So that was surprising. Usually it's either the son or whatever. I'm not sure, roommate or son, but that's the Brazers. He has a Brazers license plate frame. Like, awfully coincidental, the adult industry is hunting me with worldwide groups for no reason, and
So the sun's usually really aggressive. If it's the sun, I'm not sure what he is, but. Okay, I believe it's our fuel rails sort of really tight here. Stopping for 1 minute. It's so odd. Oh, that's what it is. There we go. This will solve it. Ha! Okay. That changes everything. Alright. Yeah. A little tricky lining up this gasket. Okay, we have a third VW. I'm just going to show you. Oh, you can't see that. Third VW. Okay. The hard part is done. The gasket is lined up. There's a bolt. The bolt in the side that was sitting on top of a bracket. It wouldn't go all the way down. Okay. So, a couple things. Okay. Third VW. Over here in the guest spot. This is the Brazers guy. That Brazers black Camaro. This is his other car. Mercedes. This one I was explaining. Parks backwards with the black grille. Parks another white Audi parks there in the guest spot with a black grille backwards with him. Okay, the double horn honkings. Today I've been down here for about 40 minutes. He just arrived in a gray VW, so we've had 3 gray VWs. Him arrived, now that's the Brazers guy, I think it's the same guy. That's the Brazers guy. That's the girl. She left for 10 minutes, came back. And then we had a car, I believe it might have been here or something, a gray VW, or there and left. So 3 gray VWs, that might or might not be something. That might be a coincidence, okay? The double horn honkings when she left, started leaving, it started ramping up, that is not a coincidence. And I believe, I never really noticed, but that's the same guy that owns these 2 cars, and that's the father that just came home or whatever I was explaining. So he's usually not too bad. He sort of started on me once, maybe twice. He was really aggressive for a while, and then people sort of park here and they all kind of work together with these guys, and then you're gonna say, well, what's going on? Like, who lives here? And then you're sort of realizing that a lot of these places, these are all purchase places. A lot of them are rented out, and sort of a lot of the people that they rent them to are actually sort of targeting me. They wouldn't, let me rephrase it, they wouldn't be here if I wasn't here. They're trying to sort of get those reactions to make me look crazy, to try to get 5150s, or more importantly, 5350s to sort of exterminate me. Okay, so, and what they're trying to do is figure out how to like get probable cause to set me up or frame me, like has been going on my entire life, right? From person to person, trying to make me look crazy and lock me away. Okay, out of hate, okay, not mental illness, hate. Because if you were to be a decent person and walk up to me and like, want to hang out and drink a beer while I work on my car, and that's all great, right? But they don't. They want to sit there with passive-aggressive terror tactics and provoke me to death and try to get reactions and go, oh, poor me, right? And okay, speaking of which, I'm probably going to get a beer right now. That is what I'm going to do after I kind of drop these bolts in the holes. Which are all different lengths. 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab a beer. Okay, so we're going a little slower today, but we're on 49 minutes. Okay, we have a new car. Yeah. Okay, so that in itself isn't the biggest deal. So to get him on and off like that, no big deal. But we're gonna mount the two, maybe the 4 bolts in the back, the 2 bracket bolts. Actually, maybe just the 2 EGR bolts. And there's a side bolt I'll mount there, and then we'll put back on the throttle body. And then what we'll do is I'll just leave this shit hanging for now, right? See how it mounts here. And okay, make sure everything runs, drive it for maybe 50 miles or something, make sure everything's good, then put everything, you know, there's just stupid shit like this or that, or okay, so just stupid shit, right? Okay, so that could just be sort of bolted down later. Okay, so we just got to put back on the throttle body a few more bolts, and then I think we can probably fire it back up. Okay, so okay, so let's see. And milk. Okay.
so just like last time. Okay, so just like last time, the double horn honking. Okay, so same person when I started working on my car last week, double horn honking. Okay, so if you want to say full circle. Now I do understand that some of the newer cars have like 2 and 3 beeps on the alarms and locks and things like that, but I don't think that Soul does. Okay, and then how would you know? You know, if 80% of the people in the world are doing the mental illness tactics and 30 aren't or 20 aren't or whatever, I mean, how are you really going to know anyway? So they're doing something they shouldn't be doing, and they know what they're doing because they're angry about whatever they're angry about when I turned 5 years old. Okay, so we're at 59 minutes, add 15, so it's an hour 15. I'm definitely a lot slower today. I think we had 220, so 220, 115 and 220 is 320, 3 hours 45 minutes. But you really take off 50 minutes for bullshit, right? But for me, on my amateur and rambling and getting these people and everything, that's, what did I say, 3 hours and 45 minutes or something? And for some guy that doesn't do this for a living. Tighten. So yeah, so just remember, I'm juggling the people trying to sabotage me. And I don't do this for a living. I barely even do this for a hobby. EGR valve is on. What that is? The EGR valve's on. So I did buy new hose clamps too. I almost forgot. Okay, so. Okay. So let's put back on the throttle body. on our okay. So our throttle body gasket. Babe, this is what the big commotion was about today, right? Okay, so or to try to make someone look like a violent paranoid schizo, whatever. Okay. So hey, let's get a little creative here. Not that it really matters. But okay, whatever. Okay. So we're gonna replace some hose clamps with some better ones, with just some crappy, shitty ones. And also make sure, yeah, I don't want to forget any electrical connectors or vacuum. Okay, so this is a no-brainer.
guess if I want to do it right, I'd grab the torque wrench and find the torque specs, but alright. Let's get them snug. Getting them Kevin snug. Okay. Okay. Damn exposure. Okay. So, I think it's time to replace hose clamps. Okay, so if you remember, I don't know if you can see this, these horrible things, I bought normal hose clamps with threads. I don't know if you can see that, whatever. Alright, hopefully it'll fit. Ooh, I don't know if they're gonna fit though. No, they're not gonna fit. Okay, so. We're gonna need the next size up. So what I'll do, I'm gonna wing it. There's no gas lines here, so. Oh, air cleaner. Ooh, almost broke the screw in the manifold. That would have sucked. Okay. So, VW is back. Okay, so some of the V-dubs. Okay, so this VW, they're back. Girl's wearing, I think, black pants, gray hooded sweatshirt matching the car. This VW, I believe that's the Brazers guy over here. And the first Oakley were the horn honkings and the exactly. This VW. Now you can sort of try to figure out what is and what isn't, and what's coincidence versus what is provoking versus. Okay, so what is strategic versus just groupings of VWs that are random or whatever. Okay, so So, I think everything's. Okay, so this is where we're at. I should look at the. Okay. So 1 hour, I don't know if you can see that on the stopwatch there. 1 hour, 16 minutes. 1 hour, 16 minutes today. Putting things back on, and that's at the super slow speed, so that should really be about 40 minutes. 116 and 220 is 360, so 4 hours. Okay, now there's some things I haven't finished. Probably need a hose clamp there, no? Okay, things I haven't finished. Okay, mounting this onto these screws. Mounting this. Mounting that. Mounting this here. And mounting this bracket here. So okay, so everything's hooked up. I just gotta pop on the air cleaner. Minus those little hard to figure out brackets, that'll take 10 minutes tops. And the reason, like I said before, is I want to make sure that I don't have to pull him off, because if I have to pull, if one of these coils or injectors are bad, boom, I gotta pull everything fucking off. So might as well leave those off until I know. Especially with these cheap, like buy these shit off Amazon, they're not like high-end Bosch or anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, because like I said, I had that problem with my Envoy. One of the coils were bad. Except on the Envoy, you just pull off the air cleaner. That's it. So, I believe all I have to do, pop in the air cleaner and mass airflow sensor and fire it up. Okay, and pray. Alright, so, I want to make sure all my bolts. Okay, so let's grab you and find my screwdriver. There he is, he's up there. Oh, that'll work. That hose clamp will work there. Okay. Alright, so let's just do a once over here on the hoses and connectors. Tight ones, right? Okay, I feel tight. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're gonna, right, then all goes well, let's fire it up. Okay, so hopefully no problems. Sputtering, so I'm gonna check the computer for errors. Okay, so I'm at 124 here. I'm gonna stop this. There's a truck out there. I thought it was like a check engine light. Okay. So, surprisingly, okay, it's not sputtering. Sounds like it's not on all six. We'll do some computer diagnostics. I don't have a check engine, but sometimes it takes a while for that to go on. Actually, it feels pretty damn good on the responsiveness. Okay, so I'm gonna let it warm up, and I'm gonna do a check engine diagnostics. scanning. I'm gonna clean up some things, and I think I might take out for a test drive. Okay, it seems okay. We're recording there. Okay, so no computer, no check engine light, so I don't see any major. Some stupid errors we always get, but now it's raining out. Not the best time to take out the car to test it out, but I think it'll be okay. And I'll drive it a little and see if we get a computer light or any or pukes or whatever. Okay, so. Put the tool in the car. Vacuum leaks down. Not getting any check engine light. I guess moment of truth here. I'm gonna, it's raining out and stuff. Can't really push it. But we'll just see how it drives. And hopefully I don't get stuck in the rain. If I can get a tow truck or something, but. Okay, so that's pretty much it to sum it up here. Okay, to sum it up, I have with the stopwatch 2:20 from the other time, 2:24, 2 hours and 24 minutes, and 1 hour and 24, I think, minutes this time. So that's 3:24, 3:50, 4 hours. $60 an hour, 61.20, 240. That's on Kevin time. Okay, that's me babbling about this VW, this VW, this VW, horn honkings and twos, maybe 3 times or something. Oh, the Soul, the double horn honking with the girls in the Soul again. Me babbling about my life a little, and trying to figure out stupid things. It's someone that's really good at it. Those, done deal. So what did I say? 4 hours. Kevin, amateur time, who really haven't done that much of this at all in 30 years, I explained. So tinkering around a little here and there. But so probably take off an hour, right? So let's say 3 hours. So $60 an hour, 120, 180. The guy dropped his price. We had a quote for $350 and we had a quote for $450. $350 was definitely high, but not super high. $450 is kind of out there. 3 hours, a 3-hour job, I estimate. Took me 4 with all the other shit. 3-hour job. 180. He dropped to a 280. That's still 100 over. Doable, but a little expensive. So 280, a little expensive. I think if someone quoted you 250 for that job, that'd probably be a fair price. Okay, 250. Let's just say 250 to 300. Okay. So the whole, I guess, point of the project here was to see how long it would take a guy without experience or hasn't done this in 30 years. And like I explained before, 30 years ago, the cars I was working on, like 69 Firebirds, well, 85 Trans Am, the ECUs were very basic, but mostly the 65 Trans Am, 77 Trans Am, Barracuda, whatever, 72 or 1 Barracuda. Okay, so a lot simpler vehicles, right? Okay. Either way, so we have on the stopwatch, I think it was about 3 hours and 50 minutes. Okay, my time. With all the other bullshit and running up and down the stairs and this and that. Okay, so I'm gonna go take the car out for a test drive. I'm a little tired today. I don't have my enthusiastic Kevin being bashed in the skull minute by minute enthusiasm I usually have. But let's take the car out and pray all goes well. The ECU, I cleared the ECU. Okay, we've had no check engine light. I cleared the ECU. Let's double check. Okay. No check engine lights. And we got our digital rear view mirror and DVR and shit. Okay. So I think that's it. So let's take it out. I got my tools here in case I want to work in the rain and freeze to death. And that's pretty much it. So let's see if she purrs. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this. I don't have a camera mount here, and I got a big lens on this camera, so car feels pretty fucking good though. Now remember, these are OEM parts. They're not aftermarket parts. I'm also driving stick shift, so holding this camera and driving stick shift is gonna be a little tricky. I'm just gonna get on the freeway here, and I guess take it out to like Las Virgenes or something. Feels pretty good responsiveness. You know, I really need to do this on a dry day. But it feels a lot more sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like instant reaction based on the throttle position or whatever. You know, like it's getting all the air fuel. The guy that died said it was running a little rich, so probably getting a better air fuel mixture with the new plugs and the new coils and the new injectors. And okay, of course I am in the wrong lane. That's the problem. Jesus. Responsive, that's the word I'm looking for, responsive. So we have no check engine lights, that's good. Just our TPMS sensor light, but we don't have any TPS sensors. So, oh, we shouldn't say that, but okay. So, let's see if I can get in this lane here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I was in such a rush to get the tires on the wheels, I forgot to buy new TPMS sensors, and then I was about to put new ones in, and I said, you know what, I don't even know if I want them. You know, it's like, whatever. You don't really need them for this car. You're not really, it's just a front wheel drive, it's not really doing much, but it'll just stop the front from breaking loose, but then, you know, sort of limiting power too. Okay, so it feels way better. I can't do much. I'm in traffic and no hands, and okay, so we're in third gear, and sounds cleaner too. And I'm gonna turn off this camera. Okay, so we're off the highway. It feels pretty good. It's too wet to really push it. Too much traffic, but it seems pretty smooth, pretty responsive. I might bolt those little brackets back on, maybe let the engine cool, and later tonight bolt the little brackets back on. And then I'm also doing a 3D print on some new wingtips. But it feels pretty healthy, so I might just bolt those little brackets back on. It's really not the end of the world to have to take them off, but now that I know what comes off. But yeah, so I think success. So 3 hours, 50 minutes on with all the sidetracking and sabotage, whatever you want to call it. Trying to sort of poke a knife in my side while I'm trying to live every aspect of my life, right? Okay, to stop me from succeeding in everything and sabotaging every aspect of my life until they can sort of lock me away in jail or mental institutions since 5 years old. But the project, I guess, was successful in that the original quotes, 350 and 450, seemed kind of high, and I think they were, right? Because I think it's about 5 to 6.5 hours of labor that I sort of came up with. And it took me 3 hours 50 minutes on Kevin time, and I don't do this for a living. I don't do this for a living. So, alright, so that's it. So I'm gonna shut this off for now. Okay, so car's driving great. Car is driving great, and we're back in the garage here. No check engine light, nothing like that. Fans going on though. Double check. No check engine light. Okay, so I guess what we'll do is shut her down. Probably check the radiator fluid. Shut her down and let her cool. And we'll bolt on the bracket, the stupid, you know, the couple of those bracket things. And that's it. So all there is really is that guy, that guy, that guy, 2 black bolts there, and that's it. Okay, cool. And so, an injector that fell underneath the car the other day. I forgot all about that. Okay. So that is it. Unfortunately, it's wet out. Can't really push it, but it feels like it's driving really smooth. So, okay. So I think I'm gonna end the video here. I don't think I really need to video the stupid shit. You know, put on the stupid bracketry. That's 10 minutes, and that's it. So I think we'll end it here.